That's too much. Light nude polishing. Put on it. Back up, more of the same. He's really sexually assaulting and electrocuting me still, which is incredibly painful. These men need to be taken into custody now. Right now. I mean, it's unbelievable how bad it is. He keeps talking about the same thing. I mean, the absolute punkerelli entitlement. It's absolutely horrible. I don't know what to do. Please get this man out of my house and off my cell phone. Get it off of me. I don't know what to do. I can't like sit down, I can't I don't know what to do. He's really assaulting me with that thing. I can't like sit down, and then he's like beating me up while I'm trying to put makeup on and get dressed. Um, I got Jantex. Make some lavender tea. Be a good idea. I can go over to the pharmacy. Walmart's delivering my second bag of groceries. He's electrocuting me so bad, like right now. I can't sit down. I don't know what to do. You have no idea how bad he's sexually assaulting anybody he has. Also, you have got to get this man into custody now, and then you have to get all the technology they're on and get it on the news. Everyone, please. It's very, very important. Oh, it's extremely, extremely important that happens. I need to try to like yoga breather and keep context. Um, I'm not sure what the heck was said there. Really, like if you try to sexually assaulting me, that it's very bad. Really, yeah, they're really like mocking their victim. He was assaulting me. I sound like, no, what is I don't sound anything like I ever sound. Get the devices on. When you're angry, yeah, I haven't like electrocuted and sexually assaulted you. No, it's the electrocution. Otherwise, and he's like shouting electrocuted me. Otherwise, I wouldn't. I would do that differently. It's they or whatever those people actually did as far as what they were doing and their actions in relation. As far as I can tell, it was Ted Bundy also. Well, yeah, like it was good to spit and it was Ted Bundy in the Wake County prosecutors, Wake County courts. a bread, a big neck, a bug neck. I love bread and hugging. Some corn chips or something. I'm in trouble. It's so cute. I need to get a trail camera. Okay, yoga breathe and then screen. I'll just say what it did and why I'm gonna like really incredible. And then like, what is the thing doing? You, there's no such thing as that anywhere. Like, much less in theory even practical. You allowed for this level of crime to go on in the community for as long. I don't care. You owe me life in prison. The little brown chocolate dots with the really orange beads. Yeah, the marshmallow different. Outside, you have a window. These are- You have to have one of the wrestlers. And the others so cute. Mr. and Mrs. Duck, you see right at me, right at me. It'd be nice to get a trail camera that you can do that position because even though I can't think straight and then I can walk over to the farm in EC and get my Chantix because I'm being assaulted so badly. No, I'm positive it's electrocution. That thing's got them the car battery in the bucket from Slumdog. It's a really, it's very real technology. Think of all the technology we use that's like, it's definitely going to come from like boat. Well, I'm not sure what it's going to come from. But I mean, yeah, I'm sure, yeah, I'm looking, there's all these, well, I'm still watching the live stream videos. Still, they're interesting. Well, small, of different live stream cameras around the world flipping it off. But, the, I mean, what's the name? Well, Well, there's lots of things with planes and there's just little trams and monorails and trains and boats. Like shipping containers is one of the Panama Canal. That's actually the canals. So they're like that's doing something with big boats. It's pretty interesting. Like the water is going on and it's sliding down and they're changing channels. Okay. But there's definitely such a thing. So I need this in custody. Oh, get off. Okay. I'm sorry. Dinesh, he is fondling my crotch area very explicitly. The darn thing, he seems to have like, it's like a gynecological book or something. Really, it's incredibly bad. Okay. The incredible evil of what you did, the incredible crime, the incredible horror. You need to be censored to the fullest. You don't. You don't do anything. You don't do anything. Well, it's just like anything you do is a crime, and then whatever it is you did is a crime. You weren't allowed to do any of the things you did, and all of them. And this is the guy you were running around with and working with, as far as the Wake County authorities, which was explained to you over and over again, and that goes for all the rest of the authorities. So you need to get these men into custody now, and also you can't caller ID the people's phones that are calling about these men because there are, and when people call you about being stalked on cell phones. See how incredibly, well, that's your own fault. That you got so mad because you have a terrible temper. Would you please see who's in my house? The men in your house stalking you and raping you and beating you and sexually assaulting you for the last 15 years of the kidnapping, which you called your police department or had to contacted your police department about every month because you woke up in this. Enough. So did your parents, all the other authorities that had received it. But we can sit around. I'm gonna try not to scream because I mean electrocuted and sexually assaulted, and but we can. So what's going on your end, bub? Oh. See, that hurts a lot. It is. Yeah, it hurts a lot. Would you get it off my body before he kills me or something? Well, they don't care. You talk back to a total pedo. The crazy man needs to calm down. They're also right? That one's almost unbearably painful. That's what I'm using on her too. I think so. Oh, I'm like, yo, that's why I'm like smoking and stuff. Really, yeah. I mean, if they weren't doing this, I'd smoke like one cigarette a day. I'm like, oh, not one cig, and quit. Take the Chantix and go like 3 cigarettes a day and quit. This is like, for some, no, I'm positive. Like, it just happens naturally when I'm worrying about ordinary business. It might not go, or it probably like just by nature not go back. Mm. The same as like if there's anything else that seems like whatever these things are, I'm just puffing on because or the they were blueberry cheesecake tobacco from the tobacco store, the head stores and shop. And it's beautiful. There's a tobacco and tobacco and blueberry cheesecake. It's like hemp or something. Mm. But I'm out of that stuff, so it was like helping with pain and like kind of zoning out and falling asleep finally. But yeah, like it's incredibly hideous. Like I'm being sexually assaulted, and I'm gonna try to handle it better because that is the case. The Wake County courts are responsible for every single day of my crime, all of them. So are the Fayetteville and the Little Rock courts. Because the same thing when they like extradited me back, the same thing when they extradited me back. Um, they didn't present any evidence when they asked. He said he had evidence, and then he didn't present any because and then he pulled the same thing where it was like the case from earlier. The case from earlier was like um, different from the new case that already been tried and things like that. But he needed to present the any evidence in the original case out of like other people around, and he didn't. And so the Wake County Prosecutor's Office was supposed to say no and to extradite me. He may have sent, which is when you needed to give them to me and my lawyer, which you didn't. So they're real sketchy. I mean, like really sketchy. I mean, so too sketchy to function, to say the least. Also, Ted Bundy. And they need not to be. Like, they're so sketchy, they're like, yeah, they're like really criminal dirtballs. There's also Ted Bundy. I mean, it's like, um, and like the conspiracy theory where like because people watched it and they thought they were real serial killers, but they thought for some reason someone was doing something cuckoo out of like Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary or something in Tennessee. They decided to have like people sit as like serial killers or something. Yeah, like a conspiracy theory because it was weird they could talk and all after what they did. But I mean, so yeah, like but when Ted Bundy talks, they're like he can't talk very well. Uh, but he talks about himself, and well, I never talk about myself. Okay. Um, it's a different personality type. I think it's because you're schizoid. It's very dangerous. The Wake County Prosecutor's Office and authorities, the Wake County, yeah, I like Ted Bundy talking. This is Ted Bundy's brain like okay, which is probably what would do all that. You come in and there's like meat trying, of decomposing bodies. It's weird that, well, that's bad for you. Probably not, no. I mean, just broke is broke. Could be somewhere. Oh, that's going to be with you. Because you're a criminal who's handicapped. All of you. Who dared to apply mental health. No, probably just the guy whose probation you're on told them to do it. But the problem is it was if it had been 2014 instead it was like summer of 2016, which is almost 2017. We didn't like you even. No, it's just a man. There's nothing not to like, and don't repeat back what he says because you sound like you're talking to yourself and it's like a demon voice. You're not a demon voice. You're I know you're exhausted, but you can't go to sleep because you dared to talk back to a person as important as Antonio. So you're going to be sexually assaulted. This happens in McGregor where on what men that have pulled Miss Casper aside. You got to be kidding me. Also, then you're like really badly fondling my crotch as explicitly as possible. A criminal, a very, very serious Class A felony criminal in McGregor and Lockmere, which I'm not a criminal even slightly. I'm a victim of a crime, which there's no argument with, uh, because my evidence is created and which is why I come across as an ordinary person with nothing to hide. I'm not sure. I'm just an ordinary person, the same as all the other people in, like Lockmere's, the Harris Teeter or Walmart or something. One okay, it's a grocery store in the community you live in. Yeah. Okay. Who's completely law abiding? Which I'm stuck with a really personal topic, but I'm aware of that. If you look at the Dropbox site, yeah, I'm stuck with a very just awful topic. Um, but of being kidnapped and it having to be a sex crime. Well, I'm not a schizophrenic man with really bad language, but as far as no, there's really nothing else I could have done. And you need to stop doing that, and you need to stop doing it in courts of law and police stations when I call you the police. Okay. I wouldn't be doing that. I'd be going to work at Target. well, what does he work? Or now, or a travel agency, or a casino, or something like that. Why didn't you? I don't know. Oh, I was having trouble getting away from this. Well, I know, but I'm just answering. I don't know. I applied a couple places. I'm not sure. Well, we didn't want you doing that with all this going on because you were reporting him again, and he got away with doing this last time. Psychotic. Apparently, they were mocking me or something. It's just they're making fun of me. I'm not sure what this thought would be. That's this is a schizophrenic or something, janitor with infection or something. Would you please get this over with? The thing is, just one guy is not interacting with another guy. Well, not like this. They certainly aren't. Yeah, non-consensually and like this. Or there's, it's unusual. There are. They kind of have to pay you. They have to show up for work and follow the rules and vice versa. Would you please get this into custody already? And you need to get the all the tech they're on, and you need to get it on the news completely, just like the whole thing, clear as a bell. Here it is. This is how this works. There's this thing. Oh, whatever they're sitting on, and oh, just completely. Oh, here, there's the voice. There's the wire. Well, there's wires. The wire would just be there, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's a like a you're on like American military tech for law enforcement, which means you just can't break the law or you know, plant bombs or shoot at American citizens, okay, or other people, civilians, anyone. It's murder. So it doesn't matter if everybody knows. Well, that could be a scandal. Well, we need to know how it's got to go. There's a problem. It's just the rules. You're not allowed to cover things up for corruption. The police, the what you call it, the newspapers have to cover all crime. There can be like slight. That's why you're referencing in something he said there, but I don't know why they're. But everybody's referencing where we know, but that's why there's often it makes national news enough. It's just kind of in the back page pile, unless it was like good one. I'm sure the reason you're seeing police, you see that all the time. Um, Camping Wall Street. This is like, let's say it's in New York. There's like these camping trailers. Is it a cop? Yeah, and he was like also a town security police officer. People know this work, and then he worked for like, he worked for the energy company or something like that. Uh, he shot his wife, or he shot a man, another man over an altercation. He, you ever seen the ones where like yeah, I got in the cop shot and the judge or a magistrate. Uh, Usually the judge. Yeah, usually not. No, but the magistrate they had this feud. It's like the Murdochs or something. One day, not that which what pops out of it is actually people. Not one sounded man screaming off into the night. Often it is like a more nefarious element. Well, I think it was his wife. Well, like there's some kind of a or there's some kind of drama going on. It's up in the like, and then there's other ones like Jim got his son a job, and he's um, and he started dealing cocaine and stealing cocaine. And his dad was a police officer. It was embarrassing. It was just that son. It just is there, no, or whatever it is. It's just you're not allowed to cover stuff like that up, and I mean you're not allowed to have done that much. It happens here and there, right? It happens anywhere. I don't know. You're awful, but I try not to talk to them. It was like a slightly more normal conversation, but like there might be more normal people around, but I don't know. Yeah, it's the facts because there are lots of people, and they're in Leavenworth, Washington, or something. There's police and state police. It makes the local news and the state news, then it makes national news in the back page, unless somebody axe murdered somebody, and then it just makes the axe murderer pile. They make slightly spin doctorate, but so that it's just kind of it doesn't cause trouble. It's just neutral. You sort of like make things as opposed to it's a person. A lot of times, and they were having a little bit of trouble with money. Yeah, it's a little bit washed, but it's just like normal. But however, this came out of it, really, yeah. You're actually supposed to only talk through media relations, and I'm only supposed to talk to a lawyer because actually people really mess up. He says that because apparently the Wake County, to, I was being kidnapped, and I don't know. So, well, they said you can't write this where you can't write directly to the prosecutor's office because it shows you have mental health issues. Okay, never mind all that. Good Lord. What did you write in? That's a problem too. I mean, I understand duress. I don't know if solitary confinement does all that to you, so, but yeah, we watched it. Lee, would you please get him into custody now? And then that's very much another person talking in our house also. Okay, you need to stand down and we need to figure out, that's correct. Everybody on Rainbow Beach and Frederickstead and St. Croix Island, I'm not sure. It's got all sorts of people on it, really. Yeah. Who are you again? I think it's Joaquin, really. It happened to be on. No, white Joaquin. Um, that Pitbull's white, but the Capitol Boulevard rapist Pitbull with the gold hair. Yeah, it looks like Mr. Clean, only like fallen Mr. Clean. Yeah, and he's got stuff around the face, and very fallen. He's not even the same species exactly at all. You sure? Yeah. No, something happened there. It's really a grease monkey. Yeah, but you can tell who are fine usually. They know, um, but you can tell that grease monkey's got problems. Really. It's icky too. Like it tends to be real greasy. Like there's a smell. um, I'm not sure. Get away from it. Then. Well, it was just for some reason that there's a sheen, sheen of grease. Kind of guy. It's probably somebody from the fallen member of the carpet and construction crew. Right? Yeah. See, that's very much another. Would you please get them out of the Casper's a nice new condo and away from, I'm so horrified because they are so incredibly bad, whatever it is they're doing to me. I'm so totally typhoid Mary. Like, I was thinking, like, should I, what should I do? Like, everywhere, anywhere I go with them following me, like the neighbors, you don't even see your neighbors. It's like, you're just in an apartment. Oh, because it's actually a fancy neighborhood. You're going out and doing things. Really nice, happy little sleep house apartment. And quite nice, lovely, got plenty of room. But my neighbors next door, I've seen them. They have like a 6-year-old. Really, I think they have another child, or they're not pregnant. But like I guess the whole 6-year-olds, they are like happy as a bunny or a little clam or something. Doot, doot, doot. And the bunny, I'm not sure. Happy as a clam, playing with its dad and their like tricycles because they have like a scooter. They're happy playing with the scooter, like, little cars. Yeah, I mean, I say like the poor little child's gonna be like he jumped ship in like a second on that thing, almost because police think they need to. Also, I'm just really next door to those people. He uses hideous language. Something like, well, I'm just really, like no matter what, that child is going to be like exposed to something because he's going to wander by. Right? You need to get these men into custody. I don't know what you should do. Should I go sleep in the park? So the neighbors are, what, we're going to sleep in the park forever? I don't know. That camping stuff, that would be money. And you're allowed to sleep in the park. Well, exactly. Okay. It's like, she's like at the hospital or the jail. They'll just follow you to the jail. Do you realize how much that man followed me around? So like we're talking about everything, and it's the one saying lick your CLITTY. Yeah. Lick. Yeah, I don't want. No matter what, if that thing lands, it's gonna be no matter what he does for the next 45 minutes to month or something, wondering, I don't know, onward, 48 hours or something. Yeah. It's going to be the most hideous thing to have ever. And the person might be like, that might kill you, literally. I mean, he's going to rape anybody around. He fully, like, sexually assaults to the point of rape on that thing. Okay. It's absolutely hideous. He uses language that's so bad. So you need to get him in custody right now. And I'm very afraid that he's just because there's people there. He's gonna wander into the one like right next because the apartments are critical. I've been trying to like not point it out, but he points it out because the people next door went by. They're like, yeah, because they're just nearby. Like our doors are next door, so they're like, and he's kind of casing the joint. So he's casing the joint. He's scanning our house. That means he's scanning. He's scanning my house. Means he's scanning the neighbor's house also. Okay, and so you need to get him in custody right now. He's watching the neighbors in the shower. No, you can't use this for anything. In progress arrest is all. You have a gun. You're allowed to mug people at the police issue. You're any kind of law enforcement or whatever. You're not allowed to mug people at the ATM or the it's misuse of a tag. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's just there. You're using law enforcement tech to neighborhood pornography. Um, it's not that in progress. There's nothing in progress. My evidence is created. Okay? And I'm a kidnapping victim. The kidnappers, which just wind it up on I Love Otis Toole, the kidnapper, out of the court systems in front of everybody. And people, just ignore him. It's your mom's son. Why are you talking to the 45-year-old woman from McGregor? You need to get away from these people. You need to get all of these men, every single one, off the streets. What you do is actually correct. These are serious criminals, which there's almost none of. No, I don't know what it takes to fight crime, but it's not this. No. It's just it. That one is so painful. I almost don't know what to do with how painful it is. It also makes you feel like you're going to throw up. I am not tasing and raping women and children. Well, I didn't know this. I don't care. Really, you've got to be kidding me on the filthy dump truck. See, that's why. Feel how incredibly bad that is. That's incredibly bad. How much pain are you in? Would you try to get away from it? Okay. What, go for a walk? I live in this house. Okay. You can't be in your house now. He says it's his house. For him to say that there. You need to get Donieto. No, you need to get the white trash thing that got in. I mean, I don't really know what's going on. I mean, it's not that white trash. It looked exceptionally white trash. All of them. Which is weird for a town like McGregor. And probably not legal at all. Get off me with that thing. You need to get Otis Toole. Do you realize how long this man stalked and sexually abused Miss Casper? We thought it was a different woman then. A man named Neto, I don't care. He has to be arrested because he won't stop stalking me. They don't want to pay the damages because Neto made the choices there. And Neto, he's our guy, not the Caspers. The Caspers. Well, they're not. You could be more the bad guy out of anybody running with this, but because the man is a pedophile. The only reason I'm talking about it is because he's electrocuting you. According to you, but you could just be imagining pedophiles. No, it's actually a pedophile. I think. Would you get the beast? I spent my life in this. No, because of you and the choice, because of the bad choices you made. Because of quite obviously the bad choices you made. You made extremely strange and bad choices, and that's the case. I did absolutely nothing at all. I was literally kidnapped. I was handcuffed, and there was nothing I could do about it. So you drove away from this is actually correct also. Yeah, of course that's correct, which everybody understood because it was like reported over and over again. I'm just worried about the topic, but you aren't here for it. Either you can be, somebody's a goddamn, I'm here. What it actually is I'm processing information. Okay? A woman is there. You know me from Adam. Okay? At this point. Okay. And so now I'm saying, your friend Linda came up to you and she said, fair enough, my friend at Publix where I work, Linda, who's a nice, normal woman that I see go by every week at work at Publix, and we eat lunch together and sometimes went out to see the fireworks with our families. And it was fun. So there's Linda, and she says the night she had, don't let me be misunderstood. It's like, whoa, we're not here to call the police. Okay. Ted Bundy following her said, nobody would want to have you doing reporting stuff. Report that. Okay, so Ted Bundy didn't want to report it. Yes, Linda's quite attractive. Well, that's not good. Well, you are, or it was attractive enough. Yeah. And whatever was following her, Well, can you hear that disembodied voice? Yeah, apparently it was Ted Bundy. So, and he loves children, and I called the police a lot. And I don't know what this hypothetical turned into, but yeah. Okay. Okay. So is no, I'm not crazy. No, he's beating them almost to death. The only reason he's beating them to death as much as possible and sexually assaulting 24/7 with his friends. I gotta turn that off for him to calm down because there's like a lot of police on the phone because you called all the police because this was so bad. Yeah, you're still interested in pornography? Are you taking something? Oh, quite obviously. I actually say something. But good lord, not good lord. What is it? Are there? Did Otis Toole decided to make money in a schizophrenic hobo shit for brains, and has found other monsters that are completely schizophrenic that'll give him money to follow you around your house on like police scan the house app, which nobody should have because that's not good if somebody's just hanging out on it. Also, like, mm, or it just has it where the heck could you be just in like a room that on in a security office that only you go into? So, but if there's a such a thing, um, probably it's for you can't just sit and hang out on it and like let everybody. It would be banned. Well, don't you try to get it, lady. It would be like if I had a cell phone app where I could scan in all the houses because I was a professional criminal of some sort and somebody had stolen off law enforcement or professional work. I mean, what is the point of moving in with people? Probably to steal jewelry. Well, maybe. It's a lot of it was a lot of casing in the joint, really. Anytime it landed, and unfortunately, it was also the world's worst pedophile. It's your family schizophrenia because apparently your mom saw it too. They got an earful about it when my when they kidnapped me. Oh, in 2021, and my parents went down, and they just all the stuff. It was like swinging from the ceiling. Oh, well, on the roof. Yeah, it was like they were like on your porch and all this. Just, I mean, just bizarre. Those maintenance men from New York, they're like great home invasion robbers. Oh, shouldn't do that to them. They were so upset they didn't even spell it out. They paused and then I don't know. Oh, so like the GING home invasion murderers on the TV. Well, they're very noticeable group and sex offenders. Very sorry I didn't take McGregor's attempting to report something there in McGregor and file a police report. They immediately wanted to and had already tried, of course. Being very like respectable people, uh, they just don't want anything creepy going on in the neighborhood or in their lives. It's very disturbing. but just in the neighborhood, which there's very little of. I mean, if you saw something, somebody did that, you were at the park or something like that, and overall, well, this is so the perspective. There is very little crime, and it's very normal, and there's this whole completely ordinary world. In general, in relation to everything and anything. I mean, if you're like high on crack and running around the hood, like just running around, this is work. It's not straight pit bull like of death. Like, it's not that rough. Like you're in, it can be there. Um, what oh that is? Hobo town. Single men that live along part of town that work somewhere. A construction worker kind of camp to build something. Like, oh, the shanty town down by the river. Yeah, like if something too bad comes out of it. Also, your like inflated behavior is of concern. Why are you so inflated? It's like, are you rooting for something? I mean, why are you? Is this long term, momentary? How long have you worked here? What day is it? On the mean and gritty streets of Raleigh? Slightly, but it's actually kind of boring. It's kind of a one road town. A bit. It's like a one road city that had there's lots of stuff, but it doesn't have like there's a lot of rural and agriculture and suburbia, and farms, I think, or something. It just doesn't have the multi-story has multi-story building things, but not like the sprawl of here. It's pretty much a suburban city. It's great. Raleigh's not actually just a suburban city. No. Well, if you find because you're the police of some sort of the authorities, the yeah, well, something really hood came in the last 3 months. Those guys, whatever's up with the Sheridan, Wyoming's highway cam, right? On handicapped memories like from a trailer with some bad teeth that are dangerous enough, but yeah, quite maybe. They're pretty handicapped hobos of some sort. Like, the younger ones sucked awful out. Other had state services. I don't know wherever they are. They needed to. No, he was doing a bad, naughty schoolgirl like screaming this morning. It's unbelievable and attacking me, and you get really offended by that. And um, well, it's just weird looking. An application. Uh, there's hood there because it's the rougher element. There's a reasonable amount of cases and like people sitting, but I mean I'm not sure. Like, a lot of construction workers on drugs, and then like hobos and people that did stuff that are sitting. I mean, it's awful. All the people that are like, all the icky people they had to keep. Really, yeah. But it's probably kind of scary. Well, there's a reasonable amount of there's some strange people that are dangerous and not nice in the wild, or can be, and just wandering by, coming up to a bit. I mean, I'm not sure. They do enough stuff. Yeah, you should know. You're sure I shouldn't know. They do enough stuff. But yeah, maybe someone else can enfranchise them, so they. I'm not sure. Well, unfortunately, all the ones that it gets sketchy enough that it's actually like a felony, which are really creepy guys. But, well, it just might make like a um, they're even worse in prison if they, yeah, I suppose. Yeah, they are really a lot. They're real. There's a lot of people with handicaps and like just weird looking people. I mean, and they're missing half their teeth. The younger ones, even really, yeah, like it's very strange. I don't know where they do all that. The Ozarks, they find somewhere to do it here too. A bad neighborhood, probably. So it's all the people that actually did enough of something that they have to keep them. So yeah, yeah. So it's all the really scrubble quickies out there, and Skittles, things like that. No, it's the same with Keem White. Really, what? It's not with Keem with the ankle bracelet. Really, he comes up to, but it's like at the mall. So there's a reason he has an ankle bracelet. Just I said white people might be doing something because they didn't know what it was, and then so who does know what it was and who is doing whatever they're doing because they got to go to jail. Somebody with all this, but no, somebody's going to prison, which is horrible. I mean, there is a point like, would you please stop? Like, I don't know, like Bill Sykes, you hung yourself. There's no reason to be, and you shot yourself or something. The cops are actually gonna come. You're in Victorian England, right? Yeah, it's gonna. Oh, you're in England. I mean, there's stuff. We heard about that and slums and things like that. But the cops are gonna come eventually. You're just, I mean, they're just gonna hang you anyway. He hung himself there. You just hang. I don't know. You're like Queen Victoria in the British legal system. Maybe, I mean, maybe just play that. So creepy, creepy guy. I'd have to read the book again, which I'd like to be doing. But now I'm stuck reporting it to you guys. So I had to waste my time reporting. Not waste my time, but it's a waste of time. Do you realize how long this has gone on for her? Also, does that make sense? It is what you think. Oh, apparently, like he's talking about the children. Oh, that is a point to make, right? Like it was, 2 a.m. in the morning, and the thing has said, "Oh, what with the what and the what? Oh, with the like, okay, all the stuff said, and about child, and I've been doing this to the child." But I was like, "Oh no," or I was like, "Oh," and he's got a child. He's doing that too. Yeah, he's definitely this man is like. Oh, no, he has a child. He's doing the same thing he's doing to me too. Okay. Like right then. Because he's like interacting with stuff in the background. So I immediately went back. Oh, well, that doesn't matter if it's just like a day, It was unbelievable. Oh, and then, every day, I mean, it's absolutely horrible. You're doing what to a child now? Okay, I better call the police. Oh, I've done callbacks before on all those email lists. They don't know what to do either. They have no way to get to where they are because they aren't police officers. Also, I sent it out to everyone in Bloomington, Minnesota. The Richardson Nature Center I lose track because you cut my phone line so bad. Apparently, are you, well, you've gone crazy. I should just wanted to drag me to the prison and turn me into a egg quilting project for some reason with your friends. Or I'm not sure if you're Albert, whoever it is Albert Fish. Maybe he threw you to the prison or still raped to death because he was angry. No, now these guys got nothing to lose. Maybe because they sure act like it. Oh. Who would do that? You insulted him? All he got was the Dropbox site, but he uses this, so God only knows what I said about him. which the drop-off site is there for everybody to see, so there's nothing to be said about it. Also, this just isn't an argument. If there's a legal case going on, no, I don't need surveillance. Okay? Well, you reported it. Bull crap. That's not even what's going on. Because that is in fact not what's going on. You're what's going on. Questioning a little. No, you're what's going on. This isn't. It could be the Syracuse Dungeon Master that does this. Told these guys to stop hitting me in the head and making you dizzy. These guys to stalk me. I want to talk about your classes. I want to talk about you picking up that class. I'm going to follow your every single movement, every sound, every movement. Like I haven't. I mean, I really. You commented on that. I need. Okay, so there's a hostage situation going on with a man that if the child doesn't get rescued soon, which was how long ago? Like 3 years. Okay. So the child is dead. The child has been like being the parents I'm sure are calling the police because these children are well it's there on the Dropbox site. Then I continue because right away it's so bad it's ridiculous. Do you understand that? Like it's you made a mistake. There's something going on that a ghoul and like, it's a big man ghoul, a really rough hood ghoul, a really rough hood ghoul of some sort, some ghouls, like bearded ghouls of some sort. Guys that have severe kidnappers that want to rape and murder people like a serial killer and bury them in the dirt after hitting them in the head with a crowbar. Making quotes out of their corpses. There appear to be a really bad kind of schizophrenic sex offender kidnapping. Not sure if that's the case. No, not necessarily enough. That could be crazy too. It would be some. It would also be. Well, yeah, it's pretty bad also. Or the same kind of thing, but pretty bad. If someone was retaliating by having the prisoners do this, not necessarily. Well, all the other guys are. All the other guys are that bad. Yeah, all the guys that I'm interacting with, but like so is the Wayne County Courthouse. That thing comes across as a Ted Bundy. Really. But I mean, oh, there's where we're completely out tonight. Yeah. It's real. Like it's like vicious. Also, like this thing where it's like always has to dominate. No, that there's no reason. That's not. It's so symptomatic as that. Yeah, and dominant, and I think it's like doing it. They're all doing it. It's a thing. I'm not sure. I think with the attitude at the Carrick Police Department, I didn't talk. I interacted with it enough. I didn't interact. I actually didn't interact with them. I would call. I would send an email, and I would call, and then I'd be like, so, and no, okay, because they were threatening, and why, and that's not okay and stuff. You really need to do this because and there's a guy stalking me. He's very bad. Get out of here, or I will get dangerous to me. Okay, and we're just really not the department. And then about the same with that, which is totally appropriate. So I recorded and posted and all this other stuff, which might have made them angry. Were you making fun of them then? It was just, oh, what is it, really? Yeah, then they can't do that. And I don't know what that person's doing. Like, whoever told them to do that needs to stop because it's actually a crime and I've been kidnapped. You already have a police report from my parents and things like that. Probably they probably think, well, go check the police report for my parents during the kidnapping then because I don't know if it was coerced. Really, yeah, no. I think Sanjeev gave me antidepressants once. We don't even say that. Dr. Sanjeev did. Google did. Um, might just have jet lag, from something. Like my whole life. But if my parents wrote anything down, it's like because there's really nothing to write down, which is correct. You can tell. Hmm. We don't require like where we require social workers. Okay. The social work department at Auburn, Alabama, 2 routes quarter by the university or something. I require a social worker at the university to get some classes right now. I can figure out what else to do with social work stuff. But no, I'm an adult. We don't need one. Everything's without these guys is in order. Us to clean, dry, safe, warm. That's kind of what social workers do. Not in danger. This is good. Of course, I'm sorry. That's what I was saying. It's bad in money schoolgirls. Yeah. We're not a schoolgirl. I'm not sure. Not sure what. I'm not sure. Oh, it's like the school psychiatrist or something. Oh, so you're talking to the Cary police, where they like ran me off and wouldn't let me report things. It was horrible, like really horrible. I mean, I didn't do anything there. There was. It's good he didn't let you because you'll really yell at me for doing this, right? I mean, they would be insubordinate to a guy like Oneto. Yeah. I do too have a college degree. Okay, I don't care what you do in your police station. I actually do because we've lived there for many years and well, oh, you're very dangerous. I suppose. Um, I care in general. As a person who did all that too. Well, that's very instigatory. That you did, in fact, you didn't make wrong decisions. You owe me life in the federal penitentiary, and you have. I'm sorry, my mouth hurts. Yeah, like my throat hurts. I mean, I'm a mess. I'm like beat half to death. Um, well, considering you have you this that all that needs to stop. There's no like the attitude out of them needs to stop. Well, they did it right away, and there was nothing. And then I watched them have like an attitude with everyone. Apparently, they have the attitude on the phone. It's like a disease or defect. I don't know what it is, or that they've just like developed a behavior. It's like a mass. domestic violence cycle symptom. Uh, it's incoherent, and I don't think there's a context for it, like jurisdiction. Like there's a memo somewhere. Is the memo? No. Is that about you? Maybe, but they also do to like everyone almost. I think somehow. Like I watch them like interact um, with somebody's parents or something talking. I actually don't know what they talked about. I'm referencing as something. They're like people said the same thing. Like although I watch some of like these people. Oh, well, maybe there was a reason they're actually in trouble. Maybe, but Jesus, I think it was about a break-in on their property. Overheard. Very surly workman. Like it's a really strange. It's a strange vernacular. Very, very, and it's like a very strange attitude. And they always shout, "Do you want to fight me?" And then it would be your fault. And then they seem like they're going to assault you. So you're just like and run away. He'd arrest me. Oh, look at your temper with it. He has a gun. Okay. Well, that's dangerous. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. Oh. Why if he shoot me? It could make somebody do something at him. It's very bad, but I don't know. Oh, he doesn't deserve to get shot over it. Maybe if he's doing all this, if somebody shoots him, there's extenuating circumstances. You have to look very much into it. They really might not be at fault. Oh, say that, that's a cop killer. What just happens? Like, one of their bodies is found on Pacifica, California, Maury Point Beach, Cary, North Carolina, in the park. Really, something like, whew, like, oh yeah, like Lenny's in New York. What happened? I don't have a gun. Really, yet. No, I don't have any. Okay. Well, I'm sure I can wrestle away from the gun. Oh, I don't have a gun. You have a gun. That's why that's not okay. Oh, well, go away. Because like, but they don't have that they won't let you talk to them appropriately, and they take this like complete superior position. It's like symptomatic, right? Yeah, like it's very symptomatic. I wonder what it is. Uh, I can't. I don't. It doesn't. Maybe there's something they're doing, but I don't know why. Like maybe there's something in the police law enforcement book that a way police interact or something. Really, yeah, like whatever they're doing, um, they should know better by now. Yeah, very much so. Which is what I said. So they won't let me in there anymore. Yeah, and I've been in there multiple times, but it was really just not a possibility. After he took me out for, I did nothing in 2016 except send the evidence to them, and it was too like dangerous to. I really had no interaction with them. Like I can't imagine they're having a negative interaction with you because you have a conviction in a court, so you're actually a criminal. So they're doing something different with you um, than they normally would. Like, um, okay, well they need to calm down a little bit. Like they need to calm down at my parents. Oh, that's um, you need to just calm down. But yeah, they're very strange. I've never seen anybody do anything like it or heard anything like it. It's incredibly bad perp is the problem, which you can tell whatever it is not okay. It's going to be perpetrating. Like it's going to be. I mean, they seem like Scott Peterson with it. Right? Yeah. What do they do? They seem like Scott Peterson with it. Some kind of creepy wife beater. Really, yeah, that's really hood and like gonna murder somebody. No, they actually seem like criminals. Yeah, and it's busy. I mean, it's busy and it's bouncy. They also don't really see. I don't know who works. What on earth where anybody's actually working, because I've been interacting with the police departments like enough. I mean, you get up earlier, you're gonna work later shift. I mean, you get up in the morning. As at a police department, so you're like checking the weather and they're going around doing different things. And sure, they do that, but I'm not sure. It seems like they have too much time on their hands. Also, very much so. I mean, like, there's nothing you do at work that doesn't have to do with um, work-related things because you're on the boss's thumb. So it's usually enforced. And the boss is not allowed to be running a criminal place of employment for a profit. So therefore, right with it, it has to be inspected for having nothing criminal going on in your business. Uh, Thinking just I'm not in to you. That's correct. That's the difference between private and public sector. Your business also gets inspected and it is reportable. It's also catching nothing. Like there's a here. Where is that? I don't remember. Oh, what did I just say? It was interesting. You're on a city street. They had interesting cars. But you have an old Mercedes and older Jeep. An old Jeep. They're like fixing up older Mercedes and Jeeps. That country. This country somewhere in Asia. But it was a nice like Jeep, newish Jeep fix up, but they was still kind of older. That was my okay. So all those companies. Oh, okay. So all your car dealerships or something for fixing up, like the Volvo dealership or something, where you buy Volkswagens or Volvos and then fix them up and sell them to people. Okay. And have a specific Volvo repair shop and a Volkswagen repair shop. That was our friend in Cary. Oh, no, with the Volvo and Volkswagen repair shop that we buy Volvos off of. And we repair our Volvo. So there's those all over the city. How do they keep them from being? Because they're not, and people probably avoid the ones that are. Or the cops somebody stole a car. I'm not sure. It's doing something shady. So the same applies to you. If you're reported, then I get it. Well, the inspection is quite good in America. I actually know enough how that works as a layperson. Like the complete. What are you telling people as far as nobody's allowed to interact with anyone? Um, that's correct. And then we have the interaction of where people are interacting in relation to the law, which you violated. Well, it's talking and really crackhead scrub. Really? Yeah. Also. Mhm. You're not one to talk that much. There it is. How did I say something? It's probably just one of these guys. But, because they certainly do. I just um, that's correct. It's like an Italian American feral person. It's an missing a walk stalker. They ended up in West Virginia and then over in the Ozarks also with these guys. Don't know. Because like feral people, okay. So do you think you found a different species and it's scary, like kappa or something? Like frogmen with sharp teeth, oh, gnomies, evil satanic gnomes, orcs, want to rape people. Apparently, like to talk about their peepees and have additional things. Additions. It's awful. Oh no, it's actually orcs and like a Men in Black. Yeah, like there's a something in there. Yeah. They even technically yes, so it is not. Oh, they're complete beasties. Yeah, like I mean, there's nothing going. Well, actually, there are men that really want to sexually abuse women on that thing because it's fun for them, and they're obviously schizophrenic and puddles of wet trash from goop from underneath the trailer that are as evil and as predatory. They're really spoiled rotten. Like no matter what, these guys never get arrested. You can't be you have to be taken into custody. If you have been taken into custody, no, he's really like it's totally okay to break the law in America to the absolute extent all the time. The problem is this guy was really breaking the law. What is it? You know, like there's a boy sitting on the beach at St. Martin. Right now, because it's the time. That's the time. Sometimes. Well, you just said you get to like follow children into their houses and do really. Okay, so Otis Stoll has to go to jail now because that is a very dangerous brain tumor walking and talking on that man. That's an evil man. And then you're going to do that as much as possible, and then you're actually stalking people and doing that. And then you're doing something. Next thing I'm getting like electrocuted by something, which I knew it was something. Everybody does it. They jump up and go, there's a scanner attached to my cell phone because they're like, something hit me also. These guys got like and then you're just, I got speakerphone, just fine. Yeah. You're just never going to convince me. You turned it off even because it was too incriminating. Somebody had the sense to back in the day. A little more. Or if there wasn't anything to enable it on until like you I think it's Walmart. Until you because you couldn't get on my television. But so the so next thing you know, I'm getting like uh it's quite the show. I just want to be like taking a nap in here, which would it's there's something slightly wrong with it. Yeah, it was really like completely kosher with these guys gone. Just comes naturally to me. I'm not sure. Maybe they give me a card for not at the drug tank intake or mental health or something. So I think people could just immediately just call. It's attached to your cell phone, and there's a body scanner. So it's just a body scanner attached to your cell phone. Something actually just did something and said something. It's on inaudible noise on speakerphone. They're tech advanced, which is horrible. And then you tell them there's no such thing, and then you continue to chase people around, and the police, believably are not doing anything. Maybe they don't know where it is, and they're not bothering to caller ID their phones. Maybe these cops have something that blocked the caller ID line. Okay, well, it's good to know my perps here are them. You should call the rest of the sheriff's department today. I agree. Also, there's an assholes or Tammy Duckman. No, well, that's not good. Um, where's that gonna go? Really? Hmm. You're not allowed to do that to the sheriff's department. I mean, there's just nothing to do that with. Well, they could have a gun and they could threaten me. You're not allowed to threaten the sheriff's department. And the answer is that you are committing a crime. I'm in my house not committing a crime, which I never do, which you commit so much crime and so do like other schizophrenic monsters and life beaters like yourself that I don't know what you do, but it's hideous. You're an idiot. Yeah, your dominance and like your symptom where you're always the authority, but you're also the authority on things. Then like these ones, you wouldn't believe what comes out of the authority on things. He's an expert. He's going to teach us about pedophiles. Nothing. Whatever he's belly button is, it's hideous, and it's violent, and then it's at your expense. Oh, it's completely up front. The other ones, I'll do it too. Slightly. There you go. Well, they do. Like I don't. What's with all of it? It's ridiculous. You need to get off the Casper family. I know, that's so offensive. Would you get this man into custody now already? The man just fondled somebody via technology, which is in fact the case. Okay. So then you tell the police that they say they're doing it to other people. Well, because it's your case, we hesitate to because you did all these other things. No, as the entire world on this email list, which you did get out to all of them, even though you cut my phone line and were like brooding over every day of me. Well, you weren't allowed to report anymore. Okay, you really, really committed. No, it's about personal, the lady, and then making I don't know what, a gang rape, a getting quote out of her. GNG rape. You said enough. Unfortunately, it's so there. No. So the whole rest of your filthy trash. Your groups out of corrections and stuff are like group offenders and not of law offenders. Group sex offenders. It's your people. It's not anything like it's all about crime. It's really, really, really weird. At all. You don't have a personal relationship. You do not talk about the other person in gobbledygook. Oh. You also know you don't say things to commit a crime if you knowingly are committing a crime. If something you're doing results in criminal results, and you know it, and then you keep doing it. I mean, usually if you call someone, the guy doing something weird stops because there's lots of people watching. He's gonna still do that, and it's very inconsiderate. That's how bad that is. Try not to lose your temper at me, Miss Casper. See, this is psychotic cluster flipping out. I need a Neto out of uniform if he's in there just like wife beatering the hell out with Capitol Boulevard's Meineke guy or something. Is what he is gonna say? No, I don't care what he's gonna say. I need him out of there because he's my perp. You need him out of somewhere. Um, Miss Casper, myself, is just a person with a criminal problem looking into the police station. You are the responsible party for everything. You need to stand down and fix the crime. No, my family doesn't support you. You have all the police reports my family fired. Here's the one about stalkers. Here's the one about like break-ins. I mean, they just are commenting on things and it's there really badly. Here's the thing about the fire and break-ins and just stuff, stalking stuff again. And Neto just tells McGregor at 302 Shalom Drive, no. Ooh, that he could, okay. Here's all the lawyers they've hired. Also, here's all the lawyers on the phone. So, I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but, it shouldn't still be going on to the extent that the men are still actively perpetrating in any way against me, which they are. Okay. Well, that's how hideous it is. If I had, you don't deserve to have it turned off. All I had to do all these years was turn it off and unfocus from you. But you were talking. Yeah, I'm talking to the police, all of them right now. Well, you could look bad. You could look worse. John Wayne Gacy's clothes. Also Monica's dress. Okay, whoever is getting called little Gouche hole. Okay. Right now by that thing, which apparently he still has somebody, or has been, or is going to be called that. I mean, that's why I'm cringing. Like my neighbors or every child around me, and so it's just such a bad hostage situation. Yeah, that man has to go to jail right now. Hi there, little whatever. You're right, yeah. Well, because no matter what he does, that thing lands. If he's scanning the house, like, can he see the neighbor's house? Maybe they're a little PB or something. Well, you're gonna be standing on and off for the next 45 minutes, and then goes. I mean, the child's gonna be like absolutely fun, fondle, and okay. So he like murders children on this man. Yeah. Okay. Well, why? You got to be kidding me. All around. It's a very normal day. We just follow the rules. I follow the rules enough, and then they follow the rules completely. So I don't understand what the problem is. Also, the only concern of law enforcement, the sole concern of law enforcement with the Gasper family and myself would be that there's stabbings in this woman and weird language very badly and stalking. Okay, so a schizophrenic person is violent and very sweary. And it's this one. Okay. You could probably tell a little bit she was schizophrenic with that. Yeah. Maybe I did. No, I think it was just coincidence. Actually, the woman, if you saw a picture of her in one of my cells with me, how did you know that? Really? Yeah. Oh, very pretty, clean, healthy. She looked ordinary, a little like an Appalachian person or something. She had all her teeth and was this thing as somebody's handicapped kid. But she's very pretty and clean, cut, healthy looking. But she opened her mouth and it was like, oh, okay. Oh, might have slight blood something. Yeah, but I mean, if you saw a picture of her, he might have like posed that person. Who does it seem like that? Kind of. Oh, sometimes. But yeah, or he talks about it, and for some reason, this man was like, "How did you know I was in a cell with that woman?" Oh, you were on your way to your court date, so it was important to me. Oh, okay. So I told him to do it. Has anybody talked to this man on a day when he is not just talking about this, doing this? No. Okay. Because this is really weird on this end. Shot on that poor Gucci. She have to go to the suit. Yeah, I think I heard that out of Hernandez too. Well, he told him to say. Oh, okay. Not really. I didn't make a lot of eye contact. It apparently wasn't their department, so I went to find the other department and then just kept sending it out to them too. No, that's how bad that is. Would you get him off of that? Get him away. Please get this man out of my house now. and off me and my body. And that's when the cops finally came through the door and arrested this man. All these years. I reported it every week. It's on the, it's on the email list. You're gonna have to arrest these men now because they're breaking the law. Anyone, obviously. Whose jurisdiction is it? And you need to get these men off the streets right now. The guy that abuses while he's disciplining and around children. I don't need a man to touch what I'm doing right now. You like verbally, okay, so you physically stalked your I would like to be in the bathroom by myself. That's true. If I look slightly, I mean, I look, but if I like, instead of the handicapped junkies, I have some sort of heroin or something. Oh, once I'm, not sick of this, I'm not. Like, you're walking and you're like, you look like a derelict. Okay. No, it's this situation. You look like you have the flu. Well, yeah, so do the heroin junkies. Please don't arrest me. I'm not one of the usual suspects in custody. Something happens, you come in, I guess they come and you're like trash in your hair. Very, very, very badly. Can you please? Well, police are supposed to. Yeah, they usually do better than this. Lord, what on earth? Don't do things then. Somebody figure out why they were doing whatever they were doing, because it's not. It was incredibly. The results were that incredibly bad crime occurred, and very dangerous men were allowed to commit a lot of crime. See, that would be the moral of the story. Yes, because all of you obstructed justice and said jurisdiction, which you maliciously knew was obstructing justice. There's no argument that you did not all know that jurisdiction was maliciously obstructing justice. You would never be allowed to use jurisdiction. This is correct, of course, legally, to obstruct justice knowingly to commit a crime. They didn't like you. The Dropbox site again. Unless you were in my bedroom at 3 o'clock in the morning, anyone that took umbrage to me. Oh, you're not allowed to take umbrage to me. I know other people in that took umbrage to you. Your bosses, I called and told you were a shoplifter. That makes me very angry to see you don't have any domestic violence problems. No, I don't. Why is this man interacting in McGregor with the Casper family? Why is this man interacting in Homosassa Springs, Florida, in the villages in Florida? Because that makes them so sad to know an Otis Toole can murder, their family because John Wayne Gacy didn't get him. Well, nobody cares about the family of a criminal. You're a criminal. I'm not. Well, they could be lying. That's all. What a faker. When they feel because they like me. Okay, Otis Toole, I don't care. This does not concern you if Miss Casper likes Mr. Cryer. When they say stuff like that to a judge, they'll give him a whole nother year. They did that there. Why? How that ended up happening out of all that? You were like, I did not interact with the other parties involved, which they're not supposed to either. They had to serve an arrest warrant for your wrongful conviction. Yeah. I'll say, if you're Ted Bundy, again, all of you, like actually, so probably no Ted Bundy. I mean, in fact, for sure, yeah, that cannot be anywhere. Yeah, the freak show needed to go in to jail or prison. They can't be there anymore. They're going to have to get a new prosecutors team and everything else. You just have to replace that police department and prosecutors team. It went too far in breaking the law, and it's gone nuts. They're down there. Schizophrenic cycle cuckoo formations. Yeah, their domestic violence cycles they're just gone AWOL. I mean, it's like completely AWOL. All of it. Which I wasn't. I mean, Well, it doesn't have anything to do with the other person. The other person's not allowed to like, um, from your perspective, do anything else to you. And then the authorities do something to the other person, and they have to because otherwise he comes up and does stuff to me. You could have tried to do stuff back there. I didn't try to do stuff back there. That's part of like a retarded cycle that thing does. There's nothing to be done back there. I mean, maybe because I'm at the end of my rope because the authorities didn't do anything. I mean, there's just nothing to be done there, and that's actually not what happened. Maybe I mean, it's like more of a ridiculous situation, of a very bad situation, which it's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be interacting with me in that too. There was some kind of restraining order from them interacting with me, which is a legal restraining order, or my family, or our property, any of it. Which the car is our property, and there's like or coming to the house anymore because my father filed multiple police reports that a Todietto was wandering around the back porch of our house at 3 o'clock in the morning in McGregor. No, like who else would it be? One of these guys with Otis Toole for some reason. Well, yeah, okay, because it actually happened, and he's really stalking my daughter. So there was a restraining order at the time of your arrest against the main arresting officer interaction and officers interacting. Instead, they decided to say no restraining order, and this is our jurisdiction, and go arrest me anyway. And the restraining order had been there for like months. They just got, they think they were drunk that night, which is true. They came out in court again. Then it was just, well, but then it came out again that your evidence had been found, but you weren't allowed to, the Cary police weren't allowed to give it to your family or your lawyer. You could request it, but you didn't. I requested it just fine. The thing the lawyer turned in has my signature, which you actually, because it was said so much, I need to see the evidence that people turned in through my cut phone line, which I reported all these years to you. So why were you? And then this guy was you allowed to just like follow me all over the incarceration? He must have had like a camera. Maybe I just used whatever tech is on. He must have had like a camera somehow in Central Prison or where I was, Hammond Road Detention Center here and there. Yeah, I mean it must have been like. So Huda over there in the courthouse or something is like. I mean, I'm not sure what that was. Or it was a big gnarly corrections worker following me around when they moved me to the Hammond Road Detention Center. You're going to be there longer. Okay. That's like that's like Supermax. Why was I going to be there longer? Apparently there were like a billion people on the phone also. We didn't like that. These police station, well then give the Caspers the evidence that all the people turned in to you that went and got the evidence. Because the evidence was actually quite easy to find. I just kept calling the police because I'm scared of Carroll County to call in because if you do so, the original evidence, because there was like a stub toe on the woman also, is just like sitting somewhere the accessible in relation to you're not allowed to do that. There's very few cases we use long-term incarceration. Unless you actually really did something. Like, the other man is dead. Or, is that your bookend dent on your brother? I'm not sure. They're fighting over grandma's will. Okay, no, it is. Well, we saw it. Okay. Or something. I'm not sure. What they saw it as opposed to they didn't see it, so we could talk about the hypothetical if you think of that. I have no idea. What are you talking about? Like if it's just there. Oh. You have to invest. Is your brother dead? Otherwise, you can tell everybody hit him in the head with a book end over grandma's will. There was this much money missing, and it was him. No, this way, Lake. Okay, so the intake partner needs to go ahead. Oh. But the drug charges. Okay, they get DUIs and drug charges all the time. Some of the other people in the family or that they know actually do live in a house. They live in a house without. Well, it's not like they just disappear and weighing the circus dungeon masters. I'm sorry, I doubted it a little. Is he doubting it at first? Maybe he was trying to cast doubt. But he did this instead. Oh, good. My Chantix says that. Oh. We got some rich kids that got caught with a bag of cocaine. Ooh, in Georgetown or something. Ooh, I'm going to definitely head towards those. Yeah. That's a little creepy. Maybe you don't head towards those. No. Yeah. Whatever this slithering schizoid hood rat is. He's going to eat them. And that's true. I think he's high right now. The crackhead or something. I can go to the gym and exercise. I don't know why. I'm like beaten black and blue. Yeah. Yes, that is the ovary app. Thank you. No, and I think that's actually your ovaries? No. Okay. That's a concern. It literally is like scanning your body and it's your ovary. I think it's Bruce too. Stop it. Oh. Well, I'm probably not having any more kids anyway, so. Makes you feel depressed. You sound pretty chipper. I'm gonna be really okay. Yeah, it can always get worse, maybe. And for you, because you were going to prison. Would somebody please get into wherever that voice you hear talking is and arrest them? It says it's molesting children all the time. Well, it's good to repeat. That's what we're doing right now. You don't deserve to get that man into custody because of all the other stuff I did. Was he were actually the victim and all that? I had no idea after looking at it every month. Yeah, well, that's not creepy. I'm criminal. Are you threatening me? Are you allowed to threaten me? I mean, what are you talking about? You can't be a woman just riding in the car with your dad going to Trader Joe's. Or, people, I have been for 15 years here. Otherwise, all of this stuff on here is things you did. Everybody went and checked because you mentioned it. They said that. Dude, why are you holding this Casper for a year doing something in like Dungeon Master with these men? And then why wasn't law enforcement able to intercede? My understanding too is they're having problems with the fact that where is norm? They can't arrest when the other guy says no. Okay, well they can arrest enough as far as is anyone around because this is ridiculous. No. The police just arrest on a stool. Whoever this guy is just gets arrested. Will you, lady? Okay. Well, that's correct. This is I have all my stuff in here, and they would take it from me. That's the kind of stuff I tell her all the time. No, he's still going to sex offend here. No, this man can't sexually assault me. Like I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's not a classic Cadillac. That's your taste in music, lady. Uh-uh. No, you can feel that. You're not allowed to rape, or sexually assault me. In my parents' house in McGregor. Well, you're a deadbeat. Oh, okay. Your father would call you a deadbeat. Dabba 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 dabba. He doesn't. Okay. The incredible. I'm very sorry I said I got to commit a crime in Cary. Absolutely not. The complete background check and employment verification and who the men were that did all this needs to be and in the newspaper, and that's it, right? Because it's the same as all the you're going on TV, Huda, because you kidnapped me. Mhm. Right? That you don't cover up things. Do you read the News and Observer? There's all sorts of stuff everywhere. That's like everywhere. I'm not sure those two people that work for the government and that one work for something. The Office of Administration of the uh, county courts and stole money and then they shot each other and law enforcement. One was law enforcement for the county clerk in the county law enforcement's office and just comes in every other blue moon or every sun blue moon. And that's why not that much of it, but it just happens because there's lots of ground out there people might know. They were fighting about me. or something weird. One of them stole something, the other one stole something too with them, and then it was fine. The cops came, and I think they were almost about to arrest them, and no, and one shot the other one. The one that got shot was the nicer one. No. Well, that's just the sort of thing in Tucson, Arizona. It happens. No, one of them was a police administrator and clerk from one. The other one was a talent SVP and county clerk, like accounting, for the money. That happens to sometimes. You just like that one. They shoot at each other. That's true. Yeah, yeah. Like, then there's scandals where they stole things. The rest of the world could only get into so much. Yeah. They get into stuff sometimes too. It's where they're not supposed to be degenerates or derelicts at all. Everybody is describing you're describing a derelict and degenerate. Wow. Very. All of it is, yeah, very, very, well, gobbledygook, Mr. Good thought to you too. That was scary. That wasn't very nice. Yeah, uh, so you just reported what happened? Yeah. Okay. Well, I reported on the Dropbox site. And you were, I think that Tony Edelman talking about as one of their people, and he's just a law enforcement security officer. But the guy was unbelievable. That wasn't the Cary police, but it could have been the Cary police. Oh. No, it didn't have anything to do with the fire, because the fire was actually arson. I'm sure, pretty sure. Oh. As far as I know, the fire was arson. It just sort of surprises me. It was like these guys, that's why it's so random. But there was like an accelerant all over the back porch that is like an industrial welding accelerant, and it caused like and there's no doubt it didn't cause it. And, somebody put it there. So. You can't sexually assault upper middle class ladies in their home. Home's in the corridor for heaven's sake. So. Well, that's why they just needed to get her in custody. No, okay. They're like a hideous amount of crime. The hell did it just say? What? I'm not allowed to do that in here? Something absolutely hideous. Would you get this into custody, whatever it is? This is why he said, I didn't want this in my community. This if someone stabs and swears that badly, which I don't, I'm the victim, then you need to arrest the man who kidnapped me. You are required, you're all required by law in Arkansas to arrest the men that falsified this evidence who are now stalking the woman right away. Next time. Okay? That's the end of it. So this is why it's felony crime and you have to arrest it. And then it's like Jessica's law and Adam Walsh's law. It's like kind of things also. You have to arrest men. Why did you let him take her back in that on those men? Also, like they knew enough that there was something wrong, and they didn't have any evidence in the case. And you also went in and like we can tell checked the tax bracket and the address, which was stated, but I don't know. So you definitely knew they lived in this house in McGregor. Okay, you need to see to what extent, not go, well, this is a closed case. Not leave your heart behind state lines in McGregor. That the woman, and then if you're worried about her not being in the community, well, I just didn't want this in my community. What does that mean? You'd be worried about it in relation to the stabbing. Well, that's what I meant. Well, maybe you shouldn't tell people about that. You're the police department. If you never seen that on a court case, like you grew up in another planet, on another planet. No. He actually grew up in the other planet. He's the race that lives in underground. Also, you find him in the rocks sometimes too. Okay, so a complete different species. He he's watching this and he said he didn't know the woman was the victim this badly. So they forbade them from looking at this evidence, so he actually really did it. And then he did what the other one told him to because he's just a security and law enforcement police officer for the town. And so the man, they told him it was the jurisdiction of the other man and were quite firm about it. And okay, so Huda's firm jurisdiction was the problem. What, the Huda in Arkansas? You can tell they're like hood kidnappers, and these are people from McGregor whose daughter appears to be mentally fine, but was arguing with a male or something. But actually, the woman is just being kidnapped in that. They all know that Mr. Kreider is a substance user. Miss Casper's not. Is the this is by the end of the first kidnapping. So your parents, here's how many police reports your parents filed with the Wake County Prosecutor's Office and the Cary Police. Okay, I don't care. I want to do this. Okay. I don't. Yeah, okay. So they don't sort of like legitimize though that this is a guy that a court would do all that to. But yeah, it was just from the story, which poor me again had nothing to do with me. Just don't shoot the deputy. No, just no, really, that's not nice and stuff. It's okay. We grew up on that song. Well, the deputy's not doing anything at all whatsoever. That one might be. Yeah, that one might be. Doesn't deserve to die. Well, maybe he actually didn't at all. It's a nice normal person. You don't actually aren't like best friends with the sheriff or nothing. No, it's not like a guy you choose to run around with in Mississippi Burning. It'd just be ridiculous. That's how great he is. He can get all your passwords, brother. Yeah, because I'm like, um, you need to make sure he didn't get passwords in McGregor. Passwords. It's been a while since that. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that guy says. Yeah, that guy needs to quit. Oh, he knows what's going on, and that's why he's the part. Get these. And now he's gonna say he's like, I know he's gonna say he's like part of an international, motorers. Maybe they do know people in a jail. That might actually do stuff like this. You need to get these men into custody. Well, you lady, we know you like Mr. Kreider, is what he said, cinched it. Paul is your boyfriend. That's what he did to me at the extradition. No, it was unbelievable. Ridiculous. There, I can see your passcode. It's waiting. I'll just turn it off if I'm going to break in. Because you tried it. Well, I don't like cameras. That's why, and then I stole your. Would you get off of her body? Who's her? He always says, you would. I said, now you're too stupid to remember that because I was going to shout, you were stupid. I'm the guy massaging your crotch like that while the cops kidnap you for me because we have no relationship because you're a 45-year-old woman sitting in her house, except I can just, rape Megan's body 24/7 and beat you and then kidnap you and take you. This crime spree needs to end right now, is correct? Yeah. Why I left up Assad? Why I left, I need to know. Oh, and it's just actually the facts. Excuse me? You're disgusting people? That's a person? Dude, these people really don't have anything to do with men like you. I mean, if there's a man like you, it's not that exciting in probably law enforcement or whatever. Maybe slightly. You just have a job that isn't. Well, not slightly. Yeah, that's right. He has a job that doesn't suck. Oh, and it's a guy that did this. Okay. I've seen that one before too. Like, town employee hires contract killer. This seems to be just like really stupid. Okay, apparently he's schizophrenic and retarded. Actually. Would you please just get this man into custody? The way not to get in trouble. We're hoping this will go away when we murder you. Okay. The way not to get in trouble is not to do that, I don't think. Oh. Anyway, but that's not good if it is. Okay. Murdering people is the way not to get in trouble in the town? Yeah, that's not good. Oh, so maybe he thinks it is, but who would even think that, for heaven's sake? So, yeah, Hi, I can get all your passcodes. Um, you need to make sure he did not, do this with other men, and then like, because they have access to McGregor, same as they have access, like completely, and almost have to be watching the neighbors also. Okay. Please get him out of my house. No. Stop watching what I'm watching on the. Of course, he's talking. That's something on him talking to a child on the children next door. Oh, yeah, it's really. No, not. Hopefully, he's not. But that he's talking to another child. But yeah, that's what it's like when he talks to a child. It's pretty bad. It's what it just said. I'm not sensitive. Would you get this man and all these men responsible for all this into custody right now on these animals? No, you're not going to still come up to me. Would you please get this man into custody? Okay. They don't want to because Neto is a guy. Okay. Is the Cary Police and the White County Prosecutor's Office. Okay, I get it, but this guy's got to go into custody, and so does whatever did the rest of this because they're actually really bad criminals. Yep. Because it's been, yeah, it's like 10 years, and I Porter's books for things, and you didn't do anything in the first place, which you explained to them. Oh, what said you did? Okay, well, I can see that being a thing. Well, that's what he says because I do that, and so he does it with me. That's how bad that man is. That is so bad. Okay. Ow! And that's how bad that guy is. Okay, does that guy? He knows enough because you've reported it to him, and you reasons to say to not believe that. Yeah. Okay. Get off me with that. See how bad that is? Would you please get him into custody? Oh, yeah, you can feel that. Did you sit down? She said. Yep. Okay. Would you get him off me? Would, no, you do. Oh, yeah, you let, No, because I said, no. Tony does that too. Yeah, he does. Oh, he's got to talk over McGregor. Would sit that there. I was actually allowed to interact with women this way in the community. So he turned into the worst wife beater ever. What's your stupid, lady? Stupid. You didn't even talk. Yeah, and then she would say, he does this all the time on our social. But this is why Tony Endo needs to go to prison. Well, you should care about how you look. Like a guy getting murdered by Tony Endo. This man needs, okay, I get it. You have to get Otis Toole out of here. You gotta get Otis Toole, I'm sorry, I'm doing something. You have to get Otis Toole into custody right now. Well, you sound bad. That's why I'm trying to make her sound bad. Yes, do you feel that? Do you feel how bad that is? And apparently he's punching them and raping them because John Wayne the Rich Pig, the lowest class man ever born. Well, they sound crazy. Didn't you dare to touch someone past the first psych evaluation, and that would have been okay. The highest class A felony, to say the least, if you knew at all what was going on. Mm-hmm. You need to. I get it. There's like, do you realize what those men have done to me? No, you did it. See, they did it to themselves. That's the kind of thing they say. Would you get this freak show into custody? All of it? But law enforcement does this, then you're added to the pile of things we're going to war with. No, you have to get the whole army out. then you can actually win it because you have to because you do actually do this stuff. Really? Yeah. So that's not okay. Whoever actually does this stuff, everybody else is just not going to think this is okay because there's no such thing as thinking this is okay. So that's definitely the enemy. We should fight him. It's of greatest concern that you can't do anything about it. Well, they're supposed to go in a POW camp. And then you go to war jail and then they figure out what to do with you. Otherwise, they shoot you. You can't be in the office anymore. You're a class A felony that engaged in, engaged in gang rape, pedophilia, home invasion, robbery, kidnapping, carjacking, car theft. It is a really home invasion, sexual assault. A lot of home invasion, sexual assault. Yeah. Okay. Burglary. Like you don't steal the MP3 player. But we need to see what is on it. You went through. Okay, you went through everything in the house. I get because why would you steal the MP3 player? It's theft. You know, you're poor, so okay. And so is Mrs. Kubaco. Okay, get him into custody on Todieto if he's like doing this also in that a little. Like there was like body cam footage that he's doing. You know, I need Todieto not at loose in McGregor because I actually need to do that to that guy. I need the man arrested. I think. Okay, because he's a criminal. Which is why he can't be in the community. He can't be in the community because due to Todieto's actions against myself, he pretty much was running the Bosnia Rita Hotel over here. And I lived in a nice apartment. No, that's the way anybody puts it. No, and that story and in general. I woke up to crime every day that had nothing to do with me, that I was a kidnapping victim. And I'm an absolute kidnapping victim. It has nothing to do with me, which you know. And, it doesn't concern you if you know the evidence is created or something on that. Like, why are you interacting on a personal, physical level? You're actually going up to someone and doing something to them in relation to something where you know the evidence is created. You're going to side with the other guys in that who created this evidence. That's a lot of really like convoluted thinking, and then you just went unbelievable ways and like all the way with it in relation to really bizarre crime, which you did for years at a time, where I did absolutely nothing. There is no conflict here other than the psychopathic criminal did the exact things that are absolutely abnormal for a normal day. Yeah, but you went to your probation day, so I hesitated to do that. I don't know what. So, I don't have to go to probation, which you're enforcing for the man that created evidence. And if I am, it has nothing to do with you. Yeah, okay. Like you don't refer to that because you didn't understand. I need Slobodan Milosevic's of this crime. Do you understand? This is a very, very serious crime. You kidnapped and sexually abused. No, it's not that serious a time. They take them to it for a year for mental health all the time. We'll just dump your Aunt Sabrina there because we don't care. We don't want meth in our community. Okay. I'm not the meth in the community. Okay. Well, the other guy was a little bit. I need that man in custody because he obstructed justice as far as me reporting this in Nevada. And in Florida. This got reported when I was in Florida. They called Kerry. Todieto did something on purpose and maliciously and intentionally. We got away with the Wake County Prosecutor's Office where they said no to looking into it further, therefore resulting in every single crime since, which has been the entire time. And the crime since are the most hideous man has ever committed, literally, which I reported to you, which I didn't believe because I'm allowed to be a total tough guy. My penis dangling out? Yes, because you're the Bosnian gang rape hotel freak master. with your absolute crimes. You committed more crime in North Carolina than I think any men have committed. There's not a lot of venues for this kind of stuff. And that's actually correct. Okay, so yes, you probably, the dump truck drivers, or we're getting a new police department and all around with all of this somehow. As far as American infrastructure, they're just removing you, and the nationwide company is moving something, and that goes for all the jurisdiction rats and whatever this company is out. No, it works like that just fine. Also, all of you are Class A felons. Nobody's committed this much child RAPE in the history of North Carolina. There's nowhere. Maybe if someone got in something, really, yeah. Your infrastructure rats behavior is correct also. Yeah, I mean, that's the only place you would have any opportunity to do such a thing. Maybe not to this extent. Jane Eyre's boarding school guy is really bad with sexual abuse. Yeah, very dangerous, very prolific, and he's a monster. No, it's not the victims. That's a very serious perp, technically, legally, and we're not manipulated by it. They just say, please, why is he in the house? Because you weren't working your mental health program. Tell them that. That's why I like abusers like me that, Tony, you turned her house into the village of the damned on that thing. Right away, also on that. I was told no for a reason. We were told that you did write some of these emails. Well, go check if I wrote some of the emails, which you did, and then we have all the emails, evidence. Okay? Mr. Critter has never seen the emails. Are you sure about this? Yes, it's in the evidence you would not give my lawyer in the Freedom of Information Act. He put in with her signature, Tonietto. So you're absolutely obstructing justice, causing all of this for absolutely no reason. You just felt like running around at 3 a.m. because I think you got into drugs or something. You drove really fast. I've never seen a police officer do that. The SWAT team could do that. You careened through a neighborhood at dusk, and there's dash cam footage. And you're like, yeah. I saw it whirl by. It was, we didn't want you to drive away. So that means he really didn't want to let you drive away. So you refused to exit the vehicle. If the thing comes out and says. You need to get these men into custody now. Because for 15 years, you were actually interacting directly. Yes, there's not that much police station. So you had interacted directly with my men. And my men felt, looking at this, that this was just all wrong. This woman who's completely sober and insane, and her phone line's cut, and we have all our created evidence, verification. You have the emails that Mr. Crider and I actually exchanged. So some of them, prior, they say there's something. There's nothing in them. It's two people that don't know each other and have nothing going on talking. Which I requested from you every month. Well, I wanted to criticize. We could cast some doubt there. I'm going to go talk to her about that because she reported. You knew they were doing this enough, and you know law enforcement has the ability to do this. Well, the woman described to you as my television was stalking me, and it was it was a guy that was heavy breathing. Oh, you're hearing voices? Well, you all know is maybe even a problem somehow with people that use these wires on the phones, that it has inaudible heavy breathing attached to it. So if anything comes in, I have no idea. Here, we're in Reese, Germany. Are we near a military base? Yeah, but it's German. Okay. And the police have it there too, really. The police are all sitting there and Jim's ex-wife says something. Is she a cop? I have no idea. A lady that someone is interested in. A police officer committed a crime. So we're never going to tell the populace that. I'll say I just didn't want to interact with it because it was another one of our steroid apes. Gym rats. Was now it's turned into like that thing from the History Channel, Jim. There's a thing from the History Channel. We don't know. It's like a concentration camp meets Nanking down here. Really, yeah. I'm in my house, but they have like a car battery and a bucket, and they're really. I know it's really embarrassing, but unfortunately, I'm experiencing it. Well, it's probably. I mean, in the book, it's just there. I bet. Well, poor guy, it happened to. Well, it happened to lots of people. I bet. Like, or it was apparently everybody was really. Oh boy, the Nanking rapist. You heard, and in the police station. Should be really quiet and use your blackout curtains. Uh, they could. Oh, it was a real big problem. That's like RF stalking or something. In World War II, they could use radio stalking. They could get like on the radio in your house or something weird. There was something like this actually, where the tech was I'm positive. I know the story, and it had to do with radios because that's what they had back then. And nobody like thought of it, but like Hitler could be listening to you in your house, but like via your radio, which was really really sucky because Hitler could get in your house. That was dangerous. But they could see there was a radio and somehow they could enable listening. I don't know. They was watching a radio somehow. Yeah. I think they could get in get in by a radio if it had like a microphone. Yeah, they which a lot of radios did. They could listen on your microphone. They were probably passing them out. They could listen on your microphone, like in your plane or something like that. Of course, they put like a wire in, but like the Gestapo would have heard your whole conversation. If you had it outside, thinking it'd be and they had microphones in, listening. They were pretty. There was lots of stuff like that. I know there was RF stalking that was some kind of microphone enabled. That was a problem. Yeah. Okay, so what is it even? Your jurisdiction stuff has turned into there's like schizophrenic crackheads running around committing crime. Well, you could say that about no, it's a schizophrenic crackhead. It's committing a crime. It's committing crime. That's why it's so weird. What are those things? Mm-hmm. Helping the schizophrenic crackhead molest the woman and the neighborhood. Why? You didn't answer the call out line, so the quality is not up to par or something. The thing with the jurisdiction, I believe, is causing trouble, and stuff is has organized and gotten in even at the courthouse. Maybe they want that in that badly. What are you doing? You just arrested this tool out of Carroll County. Also, you have a normal life and are busy in the whole county and then interacting with Fayetteville, and that's why they don't want anything to do with it. What is it even? I was a very attractive woman. Like, I mean, I have well, somebody's got this going on. Somebody's like actually like a Syracuse Dungeon Master. That's the white collar. Yeah, it could be like this person's actually Judge Crow seemed pretty weird. The guy could actually be a schizoid. The Judge Crow's. He's doing this. It fell apart. It was like foreign places and was wearing a fancy hat. And it was quite attractive. Okay. Might have said something in like the whoever's doing it's handicapped and obviously dead. Oh, it said something in the schizophrenic off. But these are the guys. Oh. Go get my cheese. Get off me with that thing. Stop hitting me in the chest and the head. I hate this. Get off me. Would you get him like not stalking every time I leave my house on that thing? Listen, he is weapon in the wrong hands. You know what to do that is your please. I thought I'm gonna sexually assault you. That's what you get for recording Tony. No, your hood. You don't need that. Would you get? But that's gonna hurt you, and you're not gonna have a ciggy to smoke. If you would you please get him off of me? No, I plan to do this all night. And why isn't this man in custody already? That's actually a real person. The police need to arrest you. There's no such thing as that. You're schizophrenic. turning. Well, that's why I say, who does? Okay, okay. And I'm allowed to be here, and it's not supposed to be fun. Okay. Yeah. I think I'll leave my phone on in case Jason Duncan Campbell walks out of a bush tomorrow. Maybe. Okay, weird. Oh, that guy's riding a bike. Not the bike, but my parents. I go ride a bike. Big girl. I go for a jog or a walk around here. Correct. I don't have to get out of the house. I need you out of my house, and I'll do whatever I do in my house, especially that. Get off me! Would you please get these men into custody right now, for the love of God? I can't handle anymore. Please get these men into custody right now. I can't. Please, can you hear the man on the other end of this? This has to end right now. Is it awful? It's gonna be a long night again on her. It's gonna be a long night again. But yeah, would you please get these men into custody? There's nothing you can do about it, and I'm just, what am I gonna do? It's electrocution or something, and like it is extremely bad. So just ignore the vibration, ignore the assault on your body, both sexual and otherwise. It's hard. I like you can't just lay down. If you lay down, it like goes nuts. Yeah, it's awful. I don't know what to do. Yeah. I'm not gonna interact with it anymore. Really. Except to occasionally, like I'm just going to ignore it. I'll comment on what it's doing to me, like as far as whatever it's doing, because it's. I mean, it's really dangerous, and not interacting with it is best. So that's very offensive. He's the authority on things. Really, it's absolutely hideous. Mhm. You need to get out of my house now. So if I attack your body, that makes you want a cigarette? I don't know. Apparently, that's something that's painful when people pick up a cigarette and start smoking. Which, incredibly painful. You have no idea. I don't know what to do. Well, that's why I've been talking so much to tell you what's going on. Because otherwise, what is going on? Obviously. I really like these banana chips. I found them again. They're not expensive. They're like $3.50 or $4. They're pretty cheap. And then they have just are the chili mangoes and like some kind of snack mix. Or Publix, I think. Or Dixie. Or the one across the street. I don't remember which one it is now. 'Cause I was looking for the inexpensive snack mix. I win Dixie. I win Dixie. Yeah, I've tried kiwis and apricots. It's just nice because they're not that expensive. They're like $4. Probably more than $3.50. One of them was $3.50, and the other one was like $4.50. It's great. But it's big box. They're like sesame sticks. I have no Asian mix, and I always mix them together. I mix them together. I remember standing like in the rental house uh, when I was here before, eating that, and I was eating it again. Creepy. It was really creepy. It was very bad. I must have reported. I documented it. I reported it a lot. Oh, I got stuck in it. After trying not get murdered by this, I don't know what to do, man. I want to lay down and go to sleep. You saw the night's sleep I had. I don't know what to do. Why isn't this man arrested already? There is no such thing as that dude doing that. That man doing that, right? Whatsoever. Never. Why would? What argument would there ever be that that man is doing that? No one's around, and someone needs to call the police. I don't believe you that there's a man doing that. There's a man doing that. Well, you, is anyone aware a man is doing that? Then you need to get the man into custody. Call the police. I can't call the police anymore. I have called the police. I can call the police. I'm having a little trouble calling the police because when I sit down, I get electrocuted. So maybe if I had like a cow lean up against, I could sleep standing up. That's silly. I don't think I could. You can't sleep standing up. You're on a horse or a cow. It's painful, incredibly painful. I don't know what to do. I got Chantix across the street. Marketing them. It's so painful, you have no idea. He tells on himself. You've got to be kidding me. I don't. That's a nice guy, and that everything I'm saying would actually be fact. I don't know what kind of guy that is. A crazy guy. That is a crazy guy. None of your business. It's legal. Just get these men out of my house. You need to get these men out of my house. All of them. Like, you have no idea what I've been through. Really, you have no idea. I mean, this is way too long, long, like a hostage situation, to say the least. It was. I mean, I was eating the snack mix, like interacting with us. What? It was hideous. You know what to say? I didn't do it. The evidence is created, so there's no way I could have done it. And they already checked the rest. And you're going to prison forever because of this. Because you've done this 24/7, only without the same technology going. So I'm gonna like fall asleep because he's gonna get really active at 1 in the morning. It was 12:30 a.m. in Vietnam. On these satellite stream cameras, it's such good. See if it's in the minutes. But it is like it's already right on
The Health Project are giving away $1 million to whoever can capture evidence of extraterrestrial life on your Ring camera. That's a lot of money. All right, if you're not a believer, that's okay. Whoever can create the best fake alien video like this one can win a $500 Amazon gift card.
How radical is David Jolly on the trans agenda?
If a local community wants to paint a mural for the LGBTQ
on Hawaii, looks like all the way through the weekend. When we look at the rain totals, estimated by the computer, look at this. This is the purples, and it's up to 2 feet of rain, the dark purple up to 30 inches. So in the areas where the mountains enhance the rain, you're going to have all that rain up the mountain that has to all come down, mudslides, flooding, wind up to maybe 100 miles an hour on tops of the mountains, big problems, including 20-foot waves pounding on the
Maybe
coast.
I'm not like I said that. I said that. Maybe I'm not like hired killer that's like somebody from the county jail.
To pick the big island, what could that look like for the other islands? Really crazy those
But just as far as who this guy is, who these guys are.
The biggest impact, but they're
Because
going
he
to
was have to go because
come into the big island.
I kept reporting it.
She punched that up there so you see it. I'm sorry about that. If it came in there,
We should bring the neighbor host on the side.
then what would happen is
They
the
said
center
it.
would get disrupted here. And probably
What I said, that'd be good.
maybe here, maybe here. But
This guy's definitely good.
But the thing is, if the center comes south of the island, as is predicted like this, that puts the worst of it into the islands like that. So the track just to the south is actually worse for the island than if it goes right over those mountains and gets disrupted, right over the big mountains on the island or Hawaii Island. So that's what we're, I don't know, we're not hoping any of this is going to happen, but it looks like the odds favor coming very close to the southern tip of Hawaii Island in terms of the center, with the worst of it in a corridor up here, something like this. But I think the Big Island will disrupt it some, which will shield the other islands to some degree, but not to a huge degree.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it for your live Malcolm Fox. Of course, our thoughts and prayers with everybody there in Hawaii as they are dealing with this and bracing for this storm. All right, we are going to shift gears right now to another story that we earlier in the day. The mayor of Minneapolis and other officials made an announcement earlier today. We did hear from the mayor as she is proposing a 60.8%.
You need to get this freak into custody, there's nothing you can do about it, it's
Budget.
horrible.
Let's listen right now.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for continuing to believe in, to fight for, and invest in our city. Today marks the formal beginning of the 2027 budget process. This is my third budget address as a council member, but my first as the chair of the St. Paul City Council's Budget Committee. And I approach this responsibility with a clear eye on the challenges that we have ahead of us, and deep confidence that we can accomplish a lot when we work together. The budget is often described as a statement of values. That is true, but our budget must be more than just a statement. It must be a promise that we are prepared to keep. A promise that when residents call 911, help will come. A promise that our libraries and our rec centers will remain strong and instrumental in our neighborhoods. A promise that our streets will be plowed, our potholes will be filled, and our streetlights repaired. And of course, yes, that your calls to City Hall will be answered. A promise that families can afford to stay in our city, entrepreneurs can build businesses here, and young people, like my son, can grow up and imagine a future for themselves right here in St. Paul. Over the last 8 months, we have been tested. We were tested by unprecedented federal actions that brought fear and economic disruption to our neighborhoods. We responded by strengthening protections for immigrant families and making clear to the city and for city property and resources that we must serve our residents and that as city employees, we work for you, not for us. When families face the threat of losing their homes, the council and the mayor worked together to bring St. Paul's commitment to emergency rental assistance to $3.8 million. We gave renters additional time to seek help before an eviction was filed. We invested $5 million in downtown housing and economic development. We helped secure an agreement with Minnesota Wild. We welcomed Aldi to the former Lund's location and brought a grocery store back to downtown.
All right, just listening in there to this from Minnesota, the St. Paul mayor talking about this budget proposal. I'm in Matt down here in the Andrew chair. Thank you so much for joining us just past 6 o'clock on the East Coast. And we want to turn our attention to a very fun story. And as the saying goes, if you build it, they will come. Well, the Twins and the Phillies tonight playing in the Field of Dreams game by the Boston. Back on the roster, having a catch with the sun. You see Bryce Harper there in the graphic. And what a scene it's going to be tonight in Dyersville, Iowa. So that movie, into line down funds. I don't know as you're talking about the also
Would you get him off of me? I can. Yeah, you kidding me?
And we will work on a budget that is responsible, and transparent, and ultimately worthy of our voters. To the residents of St. Paul, this is your budget too. Attend the City Council board budget. Mine is budget tonight about the choices we have will not always be easy, but the moment gives us the opportunity to show that City Hall can be fiscally responsible without losing who we are, that we can invest in safety while strengthening communities, and that we can make it easier to do business while ensuring growth each and every year, and that we can recognize where the people who operate City Hall can continue to afford to do so. That is a work before us, and as budget, I'm ready and I'm excited to meet this whole process. And I know that Mayor Kern is ready to begin that conversation with us today. Please join me in welcoming to the stage for her inaugural President the Honorable Mayor Susan. Mayor, please.
Thank you, everyone. Council President Baker, Chair Johnson, council members, and residents of St. Paul. Every budget is a statement of our values, as Chair Johnson stated. It reflects what we believe, what we should do, what we can afford to do, and how willing we are to respond to challenges before us and the challenge that will to us. This year's budget has fought through. Our families across the country, cities fought through this year rising costs. Inflation has increased the price of every service our residents depend on. Commercial property values have declined. starts to make a difference. These chapters did not emerge today. For decades, local government in the state of Minnesota has failed to keep this relationship. LGN represents nearly 20% of the revenues we use to operate our city, yet it never was connected to us.
your surgeries on kids. Alerts and chemical sweets.
Work hard, just work life. Politicians like Karen Osborne, just have to. I'm all for market. Healthcare and housing, actually. I'm all over market and I feel business because we deserve a good life right here. A fast easy approach is the best part of life. Jay Collins, Sean Lawrence, all of them. Alongside Governor Sanders, we have some our mission is finished. That's why I'm going to be every step. We're going to line now from the box. So this is kind of like
Oh, so exhausted. Very exhausted. Wish I got some sleep. Went on the stairs. I like lay down and I fall asleep. It's absolutely horrible. It's because he has trouble getting that corner. It's too like sharp or something. Just seriously.
common stuff. And so what is it is, that's why we pay this deal. All they have to do is sit back and let the state case play out. They may care about how this works, and this is the fence, but usually it does. It does. I feel like the level play out, but whenever anyone spends before, why yes, Fox News. Wow, thank you so much, guys. And thank you for development out of your importance of this space. So, when we're talking about yesterday, what is the main things in this and also the other ways in which my life is going to know. So, this healing, this meeting was scheduled for Friday, so it was like this Saturday, we will raise more information today. We're going to report on something that we can see tomorrow. Please do not be helpless. CEO assassination is intelligence. Expected to plead guilty to federal charges against them. This survives retrial of which on Friday night. The state will let go of the trial just weeks away from the state. Given so, it's all about this. It's all about that. God, so it's about to be about this. We report consecutively guilty and whether there's time to whether they line up as the White House.
Okay, please, everyone, for the love of God, get these guys into custody. I'm dying down here. I need backup on getting the serial killer pedophiles or whatever this is that's stalking me. But it's very much a real case, and I'm not actually crazy. Please get this guy. Everybody help. I'm gonna turn it off for a little bit, and I'll turn it back on. It's gonna start in a little bit, or if it's just I'm gonna get murdered.